stream. All right, so Elias, I will take a listen to your track in about 10 minutes for the sake of the YouTube replay. So, YouTube world, here we are. We're starting the stream a little bit early today. Feels good. Now, for anyone watching, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to start going into feedback on mixes. Going to change my scroll. Here we go. So if you're watching the replay, about 10 minutes in, we're going to start getting into feedback content. And then in the case where someone sends in a track and they are not live in chat, then I will record that segment and upload it separately so that you don't have to go and scroll through a 3-hour live stream to find your track. So we haven't had to do that yet, but that does exist if you're wondering how that would work. And yeah, Elias, if you want to go drop a message in the YouTube chat, let's see if that's synced too. That would be the ultimate streamlining. Oh, yeah. We are completely and totally streamlined. This stream is amazing. Everything works. We got this chat box over here. I have to get the reverse thing. I'm always pointing at the wrong stuff. So we got a chat box. We got a dog camera right there. This thing is totally working. We got scrolling text, which hopefully helps out so that I don't have to describe the stream as often. Or if you just pop it in, you're like, oh, I know what's up. So, folks, this is a ton of Open Studios. I'm Scott. Every day I'm here at 6 p.m. Eastern to do dedicated mix feedback. If you've got something that you would like a fresh pair of ears on, just send it on into my email. And yeah, that's how it works. And yeah, in about 10-ish minutes, we'll start getting into some tracks. Feel free to send stuff in anytime. And on just as far as the partitioning goes, the YouTube channel, A Ton of Streaming, that just hosts the 6 p.m. Mix feedback time. That way, the replays and the posts, they're just dedicated to the mix feedback. On the Twitch channel, it's a little more loosey-goosey. There's just going to be some general studio hangouts, some synthesizer stuff, mix teardowns, and extra fun content. So, and in addition, if I'm on stream and just doing whatever or checking my email or playing with a synthesizer, you can always feel free to send me a track and I'll probably look at it live at that moment. So, Twitch is in that loosey-goosey world. That's all good. Go ahead and just send that track in. And no, don't worry about it. I mean, people have watched me like just try to like turn cameras on and off on stream for like a really long time. Last night we did a one-on-one mix session, and the first 20 minutes was just trying to find the files. That's what this world is. Sometimes stuff gets bounced out wrong. Sometimes it is a bit of a time suck, but we do it because we love it. And folks, coming up on the horizon for the stream, I am talking to. So we just need to get the exact date and schedule, and then I need to figure out like a whole other world of back end to make it happen. But uh, I did this really great rock record um, a few months ago, and it was such a great experience, and it sounds great, and the folks were really great to work with. They recorded everything at their studio in Omaha and then passed the mix on to me. And first off, it rules. And the first single from that is going to be released sometime in January. So we're going to plan a stream around that single release, and they're going to come on to the stream, and we're going to talk about recording it and mixing it and working on it. And also, really importantly, just like how smooth this whole operation was. Um, every single file transfer and revision process and the communication, like all that stuff that goes kind of behind the scenes on mixing an album and working with people. It was just such a cool breeze of excellence. And I think that that level of like behind the scenes stuff is really interesting because not everyone knows how to like get their stems prepared and like all of that like kind of like mechanical stuff. So I think it's going to be really cool. And that'll be sometime in January. So we'll do like a a kind of like audio podcast live stream, single promotion, and I'm gonna pop up the mix session and kind of break some stuff down. It's I'm really stoked on it, so I'm gonna like kind of like talk about it all the time. So we'll get some fresh folks in on on that day, and then folks from the community that have already kind of started coalescing around the stream over the last couple of weeks. It's going to be really cool for people. And yeah, the ground rules of the stream are scrolling above my head, um, send mixes to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. I prefer waves. I can work with MP3s. Um, if you got a demo or a finished track and you don't want people to hear it yet, feel free to leave a message in the email and I will mute it on stream. And also, if you're doing a cover or like vocals over someone else's beat or anything like that, please give me a heads up so that I can mute it so that we don't have to deal with copyright stuff. And yeah, just we've got a track from Elias coming in. So when we get a hold of that, we'll go ahead and pop that into the DAW and take a listen. Cool. Here we go. Okay. All right. Take 3. And I just got to turn on my monitors to go. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a listen to this. This is Elias sent this in yesterday, and there were some phase issues. And let's see how it is doing today.
Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. I'm in a foreign, I'm switching lanes. Baby, I'm boring, making it rain. Are we on tourist? We didn't stay. Shawty, I'm boring when I'm in the pain. Counting up these cities, man, I'm trying to make it now. I better stay in the booth, now I'm spitting this fire. I go 100 rounds, stay in lane, I'm going crazy. Yeah, they cannot see the vision, they be blinded. She came into me away when I had only me, call it shit perfect timing. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, yeah. it back, back, back. Inhale, cat, matte black, yeah. Shorty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I'll make it clap, clap, clap. And I'll get matte black, yeah. I'll be flirting with this money cause I made it. Only time I feel alive is when we faded. You know from the start that you was for the taking. So I'll make you mine till I get rich and famous. I'll be riding with that thing on me. I'll be vibing with the team slowly. I'm too faded, I can't understand. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep it Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. Inhale, cat, matte black, yeah, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. Inhale, cat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. Inhale, cat, matte black, yeah. Shorty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I'll make it clap, clap, clap. And I'll get matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep it Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. Inhale, cat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I'll make it clap, clap, clap. And I'll get matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I'll make it clap, clap, clap. And I'll get matte black, yeah. Hey,
Okay, that's definitely a lot better. Um, I am curious. Are you using a lot of exciters on this or anything like that? Overall, so a lot of stuff feels better because we've cleared up a lot of that phasing, so stuff isn't uncomfortable. Um, it felt really hyped in the upper mids yesterday, and now it still feels kind of hyped. Um, and I'm talking about between like 4 and 8K on the synths and like that horn sample, the bum 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 bum. It feels really, really, really hyped up there. And I think that there's just stuff kind of competing for space in that region. And so it's kind of a combination of I feel like it's been generally hyped up in the process, and then in addition, um, it's there's just a lot of stuff happening in that 4 to 8K, so it's just kind of fighting for space. And so if we kind of just like unhyped everything in general, and then also just carved out some distinct space for things to live in like smaller regions, I think it would like clear up a little bit, and we could cool. Yeah, it's hyped up in that like I would want to take a look at 4 to 8K. And then in the low end, so you've got like kick sandwich. That kick is like tuned pretty high. It's like its fundamental is in that like 90 to 100 range. And then I think that you're doing it sounds like kind of a side chain relationship with the bass, and then sub bass is down in that like 30 to 70 region. Um, so it's like kind of two things happening. The mix is like definitely weighted into the upper mids, like they're kind of dominating the field, so it just doesn't feel very like, especially for like genre wise, it doesn't bang, you know. uh because I'm getting like kind of the ears getting lifted into that upper part. So and that's also due to like the arrangement. There's a lot, we've got horns and synths and that like buzzy saw bass, which kind of goes through the whole spectrum. Um, so I think two things need to happen. I think that the upper mids need to be more defined and just like take some stuff out of that region. And then we need better definition down below. And it's easier to analyze this now that the phase is corrected and it doesn't like sound weird. So we just need to balance these two ends of the spectrum. We need to get more definition down below. And so what I would imagine might be a move is, because it is busy and it's busy in the upper mids, I would kind of want that kick to go live lower so that it has more, um that it just thumps more. And I would change its side chain relationship to the sub bass, so the sub bass drops out, and then we're getting a more constant. We're gonna get more constant low end, because also the kick like drops in and out. So if it was having its side chain relationship with that sub bass, and then bass is just riding in that like 100 to 200 pocket the entire time, I think that we'll get better results possibly on the other side. So this is going a little bit beyond. Yeah, make it more prominent on the sub, less prominent on the upper bass. Because I like within this relationship, we want more of like a constant action down there, because it's going to be so inherently mid-rangey. Um, and that could just open up the low end and let more, uh just let it hit harder. Which also, yo, what's up? Uh in addition to all of that, there's too much dynamic range on it. Like, great problem to have. Like, everything could get squeezed a little bit more. We're not achieving like maximum punch and forward power. So I would just put, turn a threshold down here and there, turn a ratio up here and there, just get a little more compression on everything as a whole. Yeah, so I totally remember you. I remember everybody. It's good to see you again. If so jumping back, I know you're using a lot of multiband stuff. I would say as an exercise, especially because this is an old track, um, it might be interesting to try and wean yourself off of multiband a little bit. Multiband is a very powerful tool. It's also a very destructive tool, and it's also a way to introduce a lot of like weird inconsistency in a mix. If we're using it like a hammer. Um, yes. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Multibands are for like fixing incredibly like multiband is I think of it more of like a restoration tool where you have like this ancient recording and you only have the 2-track and you need to make it better and there's no way else to fix it. It's like then you pull out the multiband. That's the heavy duty stuff. And it does have mixing applications and we can use it to open stuff up and do cool stuff. But it is so easy to break your mix with multiband compression. And if you just like slap a regular old compressor on stuff and dial it in, you're probably going to get better results. So, I mean, you're already doing that, but just for the sake of, all that. And Parker, what's up? Good to see you again. Yeah, that's awesome. I think everyone does the like, this sounds cool, let's do more. Um, and yeah, so like going through old mixes is sometimes, sometimes you just go like, huh, yeah, I did that. But then sometimes, if you want to like fix it up and spruce it up, it's a cool exercise. Um, yeah, super happy to help. And folks, if you are watching and joining in, this is the Atonuv Open Studio live stream. Oh, cool. Parker sent something in. So I'm going to go ahead and download that for sure. Yeah, so folks, I've got kind of I added a scrolling thing to kind of describe what the order of operations is, but if you've got a mix and you want me to take a listen, give a fresh perspective on it, feel free to send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Preferably a WAV, and MP3 will also work. If it's a rough demo or it's totally done and you don't want people to hear it before it's released, just let me know in the email that you don't want me to play it on stream, and I will mute it. Then, if also, if it's a cover or it's like vocals over somebody else's beat, please let me know so that I can mute it and we don't run into copyright trouble. Yeah, let me listen to the drums. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat matte black. I don't think that they're any more overprocessed than anything else in this track. I feel like they suffer from the same degree of like there's a lot of crowding in that upper mid-range. But once again, kind of like the phasing thing, it's like I would want to hear it with everything kind of put into place in regards to the low end and the upper mids. Then it would be a time to make like a call on like, oh, maybe there's just a little too much going on those drums. But yeah, nothing stands out any more than like that general hyping. All right, Parker, I'm going to go ahead and load up this track. And yeah, working on dialing in low end. So that's really cool. And it's a 2-minute long loop, so nothing is going to happen, and that's totally fine. I like loops. Sometimes they're very, very calming. I put them on and just let my brain enjoy the repetition. So let's take a listen. That kick is much, much better. Parker, that's a lot better. Um, so I know with your setup, this is more about dialing in recording techniques than mixing techniques. And the thing is that if you have a dialed in recording process before you're able to get into like really nitty gritty mixing, then mixing is going to be easier. So um, if you had a more typical multi-track capability with this, then mixing this would be doable. Like this is a much better recording. We're getting low end out of the kick. Kick is present. The cymbals are less trashy, and that could lend nicely to getting polished up. So there is all in all, it's much better. So if I'm gonna nitpick, kick is there, bass is there. We have a big scoop from 500 to 2K ish, and um, basically it's like I want more definition out of the bass, and like if it was a mixing scenario, I would do something like um, run it into like a Fairchild and like warm it up for that Paul McCartney thing. Um, and then also like add like some 700 on the bass. So like I would do that because you're scoopy from 500 to 2K. So like put a little bit of 700 on that bass. But also more importantly, we got to scoot some of that info out of that like 300 to 500. Um, uh, yeah, your kick and bass relationship is so much better. And then like you would get an even better bass relationship if those guitars came out of like they're very heavy in that 200 to 400 and they can definitely be there, but we need less cuz it's masking the bass a little bit and those guitars can move up into that 500 to 2K, especially at 1K. That's where we get like edge on guitars, and that's where they can cut in a mix and be nice. So, like simultaneously lifting the guitars is FZ. Define FZ. Okay, so yeah, because I know your setup is funky. Uh, but basically on the guitars, less 200 to 400, more 500 to 2K, especially concentrating on 1K. Then your like the snare could have a little more at 200, and that's going to give us like the bump. of it. Okay, so vocals are going to live in that 500 to 2K range as well, and they're going to share that space with the guitars. So the vocal EQ is going to depend on the guitars, which is also going to depend on the vocal. Like they have to work together. And I know, and like this is the other thing too. We definitely want to take some info out of that 200 to 500 because you've got like a baritone, so that's where you kind of live. So we're gonna want it to not be crowded down there. We need to give your vocal some room. While also we would want to introduce with some like saturate analog EQ, some harmonics on your vocal in that like 1K to 2K region so that it cuts. All right, y'all. If Yeah, Parker, happy to do it. This is a lot better. Did you record the drums differently? Yeah, cool, cool, cool. It totally worked. The drums sound a lot better. And that is like, it's not like the perfect way to mic a kit, but that is using the microphones that you have in a much more helpful way to you. So, um, it's definitely better. I like them a whole lot more. So, that is way more dialed in. That kick and bass sound way better. It's like night and day, really well defined down there. You're doing great with the stuff that you've got. So, folks, if you are watching, there's a little description like flying above my face, and my email is down here. You can send tracks in absolutely anytime. As of right now, I don't have anything else in my inbox, but I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern to dedicate time to feedback. And then in the next little bit, I'm also going to be kind of on Twitch ambiently throughout the day, just doing like studio work, maybe a little bit of mixing every now and then. I'm talking to some people about like mixing their stuff on stream, like some old clients and like all of that. Um, like doing that, doing like some demos and tutorials every now and then, playing with a synthesizer. So I'll be here more often outside of that 6 p.m. window. And if you ever catch me and you're working on something and it's outside of 6 p.m., still feel free to send stuff in and I'll probably take a look at it. But this time is always just dedicated to just like this. So that's how we're going to be rolling from here on out. So I prefer just getting the stems, the files from it, rather than like their DAW session. Um, First off, I like to start fresh and load it into my workspace and my template because that's part of like intake and outtake. Is it's not just like, oh, I want your files. It's I want to put them in my domain so that I can work through them quickly. So I ask for dry stems, so like the files without any effects or plugins on it, just bounced out. and then wet stems. So like with all of the plugins that you might have put on in your own mix, and then I kind of blend those together, or like I can get a picture of what you were going for with the effects that you already put on or the plugins that you already did. Um, and that's how I do it. And that's preferable than getting a session. I just don't like dealing with the like all the extra stuff. And that's like my preferred workflow. Some people are different. Um, I mean that's a great philosophical question. So I think that increasingly it's kind of a tiered question. Um, to do an entire mix from beginning to end, relying on outboard, would require and to like if we're doing like minimum maximum analysis, which is how I like to think about things. What is the minimum amount of time, effort, money, work, etc., to get the maximum payoff at the end? So min max analysis. And to do a mix that will stack up to a mix done entirely in the box, you would need um, a huge array of outboard gear. I mean, you would need a genuine great console, a like 8 really really good preamps, 8 compressors, tracking compressors, and then you would need bus compressors, and just like so on and so forth to like do a mix really properly, just like with it barely touching the computer. It would take a huge amount of resources, time, money, effort. So in the min max equation, uh, it's really hard to stack up like a dedicated outboard system compared to like a consumer interface and a computer that is like pretty good. And like that's all it would take to deliver a mix that is like really really excellent. I mean like famously Andrew Sheps does like everything on a laptop and headphones at this point, which I wouldn't even say is like best case example, but um, because that's like a laptop and headphones combined with like 40 years of really 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 excellent like workflow and experience, which is more important than what you're using. So uh, it's like in order to invest in yourself and build your own thing, it's like it makes more sense to just go like 4 channel interface computer, a DAW with just stock plugins is at this point in 2020 is going to give you all the tools you need to make something excellent. And so that's like a I don't know, $1,200 investment, like all said and told. Uh, and then to do like a hybrid system with like a small computer and all that, it's easily going to just like to do it right, it's going to cost thousands, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, uh, which in a min max scenario doesn't seem reasonable. Now, that said, like what I do is mixes happen in my DAW, and then I bus process stuff through Outboard as the kind of final step to just do like that last little bit of like sparkle. And and that's a workflow that works for me. It works for some other people. Some people hate that. Some people love it. And that's what it is. And it's just all about like just constantly practicing and trying new things and finding like what works for you to achieve that min max relationship. Yeah. So in this room, what I'm doing is I've got um, I've got two interfaces for two different scenarios. So I've got a Lynx Aurora, and that's for my mastering chain. So that's ridiculous, and it just goes, but it's the same process. It has four ins and four outs. So two outs go to my monitors, two outs go to my master processing, and then the master processing goes back in to inputs 3 and 4 on that, which is the basic way of doing everything. Like in any DAW, you're able to like you can go into your interface settings, and then if your interface has say 4 inputs and 4 outputs, you can assign them on your DAW, and then route things through there. So, like for example, if I opened this up and did so like on Studio One, there's a plugin dedicated for it, which is like, and I think other DAWs have it too. And why are you? Okay, so something like this. So pipeline, I can I can select outs 3 and 4, and then select ins 3 and 4, and just turn this on, and then it just routes stuff. So my mastering setup, that's an interface with 4 ins and 4 outs, and it just goes like out to my monitors and then out to my gear and then back into the interface. And then my mixing setup, I've just got 3 buses set up, 3 stereo buses. So like 4 compressors, and then a stereo processing saturation unit with EQ, and I can split those up in my DAW. Like if I want a stereo process through like 21176s, I can assign it to outputs 1 and 2. Or if I want to just do a vocal in mono, I can just set it to 1. And if I want to just do a guitar in mono, I could set it to 2. And then that just routes back into the interface. Yeah, so that is my recommendation for you. It was my recommendation a couple of days ago. If you just got a like try out DAWs, like I think we were all suggesting stuff. Reaper is free forever. Um, and then every DAW has like a certain degree of like free trials. You got to just try them out and just see what feels good, because they're all gonna sound the same. They're just gonna work differently. It's all about workflow and environment and just what makes you feel good. And it's like that simple. Like just try it out, and and if you look at the screen and you go like, I feel bad, then don't pick that as your DAW. Just let it be that level of gut instinct. If you open up a DAW and you go like, kind of feel happy about this, and if it's any sort of like within the realm of professional DAWs, they will all give you good results. Um, and just try out a few, find the one that makes you happy, and then study the manual. Look up a bunch of YouTube videos specific to that DAW. Learn some shortcuts. Learn like the interface in and out, and then just like, you know, devour information related to that DAW specifically, and then you're going to be in a really good place. So, like a DAW and then a 4-channel interface will change your life, and it will change around how you're doing all of this. So we're looking at like a DAW will run anywhere from like $200 to $300, and then a 4-channel interface, just like a Focusrite Scarlett or something. Like I think that they're like $100 at this point. And that would really, really switch up how you're doing stuff. And then as far as like with Outboard, it's in order to achieve a level of like, the thing about it is that to have results that are actually better than stuff that's just within like standard plugins on a DAW, like, is so expensive. Like to just get something, I mean, okay, like as far as just like pure sound quality, to actually beat your DAW, endless pools of money. Okay, on sound quality alone. Now, where we get into the gray zone is if there's like a old beat up mixer that you just love and you want to route audio through that, and you just feel like really comfortable using it, and you're really fast and you can work and you just know it, and or like any series of stuff, that's where we get into like an intangible gray zone where like audio fidelity might not be as great, but the workflow and the way that you work with it and the way that you feel comfortable with it will yield better results. So that's where we can start to justify like buying a piece of gear that is like on the cheaper side or like the medium, like prosumer side of things. If it is comfortable and like a comfortable shoe that you can just like dial in and get it to do the thing that you want it to do, then that's justifiable. But just like pure sound quality, um, like any number of just like prosumer compressors in that like $500 to $700 range are just, they just won't compete with like a like a DAW compressor, unfortunately. And that's like that min max thing. All right, y'all. This is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. Stream description is flying over my face. You can send emails down here to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. And yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern Time every single day. I'm here. You can send tracks in and get direct technical feedback on your mixes. Always happy to take a listen. On the Twitch channel, I'm also streaming outside of the 6 p.m. window. It could be any number of things that happen during that time. But if you ever, see me streaming, doing whatever, feel free to send in a track during that time, and I'll take a listen if I am on stream. They're getting a little loosey-goosey with the Twitch. Good to have you back, Elias. And yeah, if you have a mix you would like me to take a look at, I would prefer waves or an MP3 will work in a pinch. If it is a rough demo or totally done and you don't want people to hear it yet, just let me know and I can mute it on stream, put that in the email. If you're doing a cover or vocals over a beat or anything like that, let me know and I will mute it so we don't get copyright clapped. And yeah, that's it. Let's I guess we should, while we wait for mixes, kind of check on dog cam. Yeah. Dog cam is doing really good. And yeah, the mix was probably going to fall apart once you took that stuff off. Um, but I would say it's like probably going to be better in the end to kind of like let it fall apart and then engineer it from a fresh perspective. Um, Probably. Or just dial all that stuff back. Like if it's just become like garbage and it feels like you're wasting your time, just take those moves and just do less and then see where it winds up. Cool. Sometimes we learn a lot when it's like a huge problem. And then, kind of reverse engineering and moving back and forth from that. It's a fun problem to have. Y'all, I just put dog cam in today and that I figured out chatbox and I figured out dog cam. So that's where I'm at. That's my mixed feedback on myself. Cool. Yeah, take a couple of days with it. I think so I mean the thing is I think this track is cool. It's got a cool arrangement, uh cool melody stuff, cool texture stuff, and it has potential to sound really good once all of that is dialed back in. There we go. That's the perfect dog cam. All right. So, folks, this is a ton of open studio. I'm going to go ahead and do the Patreon shout out. Um, there is a Patreon. It's patreon.com/. Let me pause. People are asking questions. So, Life Beyond Lyrics, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing great because I figured out the chat box and I put in a dog cam for the stream. So, I am riding. I'm riding high on just dialing in this stream. So I'm doing great. Uh, and yeah, Elias, it's gonna be sweet to get your like remix on that release. That's really awesome. Like pairing up with someone and doing stuff like that is always excellent practice. So, very cool. Totally worth dialing this in. So I am going to do the Patreon shout out, y'all. There is a Patreon, patreon.com/Atonuv, and folks can get a daily shout out on stream. So here is the shout out to Elias, Synux, Tyler, Mason, and Ian. Thank you very, very much for making this a possible thing to do every single day. Thanks. And also, the reason that this community is really cool and that we get cool stuff and people are really like unnaturally polite and great in chat every single day is that this gets shared kind of like word of mouth and we're not doing a bunch of like spam stuff all over the place. So I do appreciate people like sharing the stream and getting their buddies to come on in and all that. It it's awesome. So thank you. I am very appreciative. And if you are just tuning in, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every day at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got a track that you would like me to take a listen to, give some fresh perspective, dial in some technical stuff on your mix, you can send it in to atonuvrecords@gmail.com at absolutely any time. There's kind of some guidelines scrolling over my face right now. I love listening to your stuff. Send it in anytime. Yeah, awesome. I'd love to check out your album. Definitely would be sweet to give a listen to. Yep. So feel free to send stuff in. I don't have anything on my inbox right now, but that is totally cool. I'm here to listen to stuff when it exists. And as far as organizing and announcing stuff, so there's the Twitch channel and the A Ton of Streaming YouTube page. The A Ton of Streaming YouTube page goes live at 6 p.m. And then after the mix feedback time, I shut it down. So that way the replays are confined to just the mix feedback portion of the stream. So, you can watch the replay and know, like, it's probably going to be mixed feedback. The Twitch, I kind of like come on and off throughout the day, do like some studio hang, synthesizer stuff, violin stuff, additional things to just like mix feedback. But also, if you ever catch me doing whatever on the Twitch outside of the 6 p.m. time, and you've got something and you just really want, you just really need some mix feedback, feel free to send it in then as well. I will probably be on quite often during the winter. And coming up sometime in January, I'm doing a group discussion with some folks that I worked with to just really dial in a really great rock record. They're going to be releasing the first single sometime in January. We're going to plan a stream to coincide with that single release, and I am really, really excited about it. So that's going to be happening sometime in the next month. So I want people to get stoked. I'm based in Michigan. I've got a location in Detroit and then out in the woods. Uh, so, yeah, that's where I'm at. And yeah, live stream group thing, that's coming. Really excited about it. Also, last night, I do. This was cool. This was last night. I do one-on-one mix sessions with people where people can like send me all of their stuff, and I kind of teach them how to mix um, on their stuff. And generally, I do that like privately or over Skype. But one of my people, they were like, I want to do it live on stream, and they were willing to do it. And we did that last night. It was really fun. So that might also happen more often on stream. There's a lot of cool stuff happening in stream world. And if you're just popping in, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. People can send in tracks to a ton of records at gmail.com. There's some guidelines scrolling above my head. Feel free to send stuff in absolutely anytime. I'll download it, load it in, take a listen, give some technical feedback, figure out what's going on in that mix. Maybe there's something going on in your room. what's happening below 100, so on and so forth. Okay, cool. Yeah. Send stuff absolutely anytime. I'm happy to take a listen to it, and I'm happy that you are excited about it. That is excellent. Yeah, totally. I absolutely remember the first tracks you sent in. Um, I let's see. I don't have a good ethical question. I don't personally have like an explicit content filter, but uh man, I don't know. TOS might be might be a thing. Um how about I would love to hear what you're doing cuz I remember the first things that you sent in. And it would be super cool to hear how they're doing. Send it in, and I'm gonna mute it at first and use my judgment about playing it. But yeah, I'm personally fine with it. I'll just have to kind of like think about it from a content filter perspective. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, I'm uh in like some sectors of life, I am a sailor, but I'm also I'm a teacher, and I teach like a lot of like little kids. So I don't know. Stream world, I'm kind of like dialing in that like that teacher persona. So it's a little bit Mr. Rogersy on stream, but I can also work road crew. So I will not be offended. And y'all, I know that there's a lot of downtime on stream, which is why I added dog cam so that we can just look at my dog. Because he is a good boy. He's wearing a little sweater with antlers. It says Happy Christmas. So Guinness knows how to party. Guinness is the hype man while we wait for tracks to come in. And I think we could all learn something from this boy. Um so Guinness was a stray, and like 4 years ago um found him like on St. Patrick's Day. And also I had gotten roped into running sound for the Guinness World Record world's longest concert attempt, which it dominated a really long time, and it was silly. But so it was a 2 for 1. There was a Guinness related record event, and then it was also St. Patrick's Day. So kind of named himself. All right, folks, if you are just popping in, this is a Ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can send mixes to atonuvrecords at gmail.com. It's down here at the bottom. There are some general guidelines floating over my face. I prefer waves. MP3s will work. If it's a demo or it's finished and you don't want people to hear it yet, just let me know in the email. I will mute it on stream. Also, if you're sending in a cover or like vocals over somebody else's beat, please let me know so that I can mute it and avoid getting copyright clapped. So, yeah, that's how it works. People can send stuff in. Elias is bouncing something out currently. Um, in addition, as far as like, you know, keep housekeeping and all that, the Twitch channel will also have like additional studio content, some mixing here and there, some synthesizer stuff, violin stuff, uh, even possibly an occasional bit of gaming, like throughout the day, especially as we enter into winter. And if you catch me on stream outside of that 6 p.m. window, you can definitely still feel free to send something in, and I'll take a listen to it. Uh, just so people know. And as always, you can feel free to ask any sort of audio questions in chat, and we can talk about it on stream. Cool. Track is on its way. Let's see. So you feel like you've lost a level of objectivity. It's got sparse, 3 melodic elements, taming the low end. You want to keep the drive and energy, and getting information into the high end without it sounding too harsh. This sounds like very reasonable, normal mix issues. So let's figure this out. And I'm gonna switch it away from dog cam back to okay. And I was forewarned that this is a touch explicit. So I'm gonna start with it on mute on stream and then like see where it lands in that filth spectrum.
With a necklace, she's gone but
It's pretty fine.
She my bestest, but I treat her like my next bitch. Got her screaming when I hit it in the Lexus. No love, so I dropped and made an exit.
Yeah, Rafi passed that bitch to me. She's a bougie hoe, but she fucking for free. Got her wet when she's off the tree. You would think that I'm a god the way she stay on her knees. All the ice make it 1 degree, but you give me so much brain, I got 2 degrees. 7 inches in a bitch, cause I aim to please. If you missed it, that's a dick reference. Hey, no photos, put the 5% tint on the photo. Big house, yeah, that shit's got 4 floors. Hide and seek with your girl in the corridors. Bitch, you think I'm bluffing? Got the gravy, so your bitch bringing her muffins. Call it Thanksgiving, cause she's taking all the stuffing. Might be November, but you know I ain't cuffing. Gone.
Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson. Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson.
Okay. There's a few things happening here. And your low end is actually like pretty controlled. It's one of the better dialed in low ends that I've seen you send in. So just like right off the bat, that's pretty good. It is definitely like it's weighted in that 30 to 60 region, but we're dealing with kind of like a smirky face rather than a smiley face. It's pretty good. I would say that's controlled. Where we get into some stuff is so that synth, I feel like it needs to do something different sonically. That's where, like, that's the element that is hyped, and it's also just kind of like masking a lot of the mix. It's just, it's dominating the mix, it's dominating in the upper mids. So it could just be as simple as like turning it down. And it could be as technically wonky as like just cut some of its presence out. Um, that synth is the element um, that sounds hyped, that sounds harsh. And then it's like once that gets out of the way, then we might discover some stuff in other things, like especially the main vocal. Um, it feels really dull and it doesn't have any cut in that like 1 to 2K. The voice is lower, so then we have to like very carefully work with that, but it's going to be easier to get that vocal to cut if that synth isn't as much. And then we could also do some things as far as like making the mix a little less static by like automating the filter on that synth, because it's like at the beginning it's like that synth is obviously really hyped and harsh in the intro. So it's like I would just like filter cut it and then open it up so that so that the ears open up and the spectrum opens up. That's just like a really good solid move. And then like kind of use that to your advantage, or like it doesn't have to be a filter sweep because it's a little played out, but you could like automate a bell EQ in the upper mids and just kind of play with riding that throughout it. That's a little more subtle. Um, I would also like maybe experiment with like the reverb on that synth. You might be able to like stereo it out a little bit with like a stereo delay into reverb, and play with that to just get a little more depth out of it, which might also like pull away some of its harshness. And it's like, I mean, like, end of the day, it's like I want that synth to sit in a different place. That's the thing that stands out. And then once the synth is out of the way, the vocals will need to get dialed in around it, but they're going to have a way easier pocket to hit once that's there. Now, as far as getting it to drive and have energy, we're really good, 30 to 60. We don't have a lot happening in the 100 to 200, and there's a few things that could happen. We could obviously like blow up the bass there, like get a nice like riding floofy bass, 100 to 200. We can ride on that. And then as far as having the beat punch, this is the issue. You have a clap-based backbeat rather than a snare, so it's inherently thin. It doesn't have bottom. Whereas like a snare has that like that resonant point between 180 and 280, and that's where we can get beef and punch, because punch lives around 200. That's what makes us feel like a mix is leaping out. So, two things to do. It's going to be two different feels. It's like artificially get something at 200 on the clap so that it punches on the backbeat. Pa, pa. Okay, so that's going to like, this is an arranging thing. This is like how we want it to feel. So like, do we want the punch to live there? Or we could throw punch on the kick, and like when we have like a kick and clap relationship, we can totally bring out some kick action around that 200 region, and kind of extend the kick that way. And because there's room in that region to put some stuff, and maybe the kick, and then maybe it's going to drive a little bit harder. So those are two things to play with, and kind of two things. Yeah, I mean um, that's basically it. Um, try and so I'm imagining that it's like we're talking about taking away like 2 to 3 dB in the upper mids and then putting some other stuff there. Um, Subtle shift. Just take away a little on one thing and add on another. Not a huge drastic cut, not a like a 16 dB cutaway. It's just that that's where that harshness is. You could also try like a shimmer reverb on the synth or something that just sounds nice in that region. Like if you take it away and you're like, ah, I've lost that region and I'm you know, I don't have anything there. Um, you could try a like pleasant thing, like an inherently pleasant sound in that region because it's just um, there is both a little too much going on in the upper mids and also the sound that is in the upper mids is not a pleasing sound. So take away a degree of upper mid stuff and then you're probably on your way there of having like enough upper mids in your mix. But if you have to take away more and then it starts to feel empty, then replace it with something pleasant. Okay, yeah. If it sounds like it's lisping, then it's no good. Um, so I'm talking about like letting the vocals cut between 1 and 2K, which shouldn't be in territory. S territory should be like 3K at the low end. So hopefully you can get some edge from 1 to 2K. And let me see if I can even hear that yeah. Vocals 1 to 2K could cut absolutely. And it's like that's a place where you could probably like pull from the synth. And then like that 3 to 5K, we don't necessarily need to throw, especially on the second vocal, doesn't need anything there. And that first vocal, if it just has that initial cut and everything's cleaner up top, we're probably good. Um, Let me see if I can even hear that plucky sound. So like that's
MCE keep it bumping with the sick beat, huh? What you know about it? Got Da Vinci and the Gucci on my fit. Roll a joint, yeah, you know we stay lit. If she coming over, know I got a hit. Tell that hoe I want to sloppy, make a spit. We can make a movie.
yeah. I mean that plucky sound might just come out more if you just take away a little bit of that hype on the like Juno synth. Like that might just be a self-correcting equation because they're just fighting for each other's space a little bit. Yeah. Um, Totally right. Cut like 1 to 2K on the synth. Give a little boost on the vocals in that region. clap or kick, more punch than 200 to 300, absolutely. And then I would also take a look at like 4K on that synth and take away a little bit there. And then it's quite possible that that plucky synth is then going to take over in that region, and it's going to have like probably an inherently nicer sound right there. Um, if you take away from that like 4K, 5K, 6K on the synth and it starts to feel bad on the entire mix, then consider trying to throw on like a shimmer verb, and do like a. So I would take like in this situation, I would like take that main synth and like do a cut, like say like 4 to 6K, and then evaluate it and go like, now it's a little empty upstairs, and then I would do a send to like a shimmer verb or something, or like if you've got sound toys, the crystallizer, something that'll just go like sparkle sparkle up top, and then throw an EQ after that, and like get like pretty band passy and just make it like fill in that region. Yeah, crystallizer rules. Yeah, sound toys is such a solid package. Um, just really, those are my go-to, and that's the thing. It's kind of like, don't just get a bunch of stuff to have a bunch of stuff, but it's like whenever I'm in a creative kind of impasse on a thing, I'm like, oh, sound toys is my toolbox to kind of open up and think in that way. Um, and that's it's a fun way to kind of partition your stuff. And right now, it's like a creative thing. All right. If you are watching and wonder what's going on, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. I'm here nightly at 6 p.m. And if you want to send in a mix, feel free to send it in to my email down there. There's a few guidelines up there, and always feel free to ask questions in chat. And yeah, that's how it works. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go back to dog cam. Uh, there's a lot of like downtime and waiting on this stream. I'm happy to do it, but I know that for people waiting for that next mix to come in, it can get a little boring. So, for your viewing entertainment, I have added dog cam so that we can hang out with Guinness. He is cute, he is a good boy, and he loves streaming. And if you are just joining and watching, there are some guidelines scrolling above my head. You can send tracks in to that email down below, and I will take a listen to your track on stream and give some top down style feedback to help you dial in your mix. All right, and just sharing the link around a little bit, seeing if we can get some new folks in here, which is always cool. If you're just tuning in, this is a ton of Open Studio. I am Scott. I am here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. You can send tracks to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It's down right there. There are a few guidelines scrolling over my head right there. Basically, you can send stuff in, and I will listen to your mix, do some top-down analysis, and get you some feedback on your mix to fix some stuff up. And yeah, feel free to send stuff absolutely anytime. While we wait for tracks, we get to just kind of hang out and watch the dog cam and make sure that Guinness is having a good time. Cool. Just got a track from your pal Cal. Hey, what's up? Good to see you again. Okay, cool. Uh, let's check out your track. All right, and folks, if you want to send something in, feel free to send it to the email right down there. A couple of guidelines up there. Cool. Yeah, MP3 is good. Yeah, MP3s totally work. Wave it next time. Let's take a listen. Cool. First troll. Oh, dang. Hold on. I have to figure out how to how to moderate chat for the first time. Let Let's Uh, yeah. Let me figure out how to. I mean, this is awesome. I haven't had to do this yet. Let me get some moderation going. This is a just so folks know we have a really nice like open space, and you know people are comfortable to like send their music and stuff, and it's nice here. So let me figure let me figure this out. And like I mean, this is really fun. I used to busk every single day in the New York subway. So it's cool to have this again. The skin is thick, my dude. Elias, I'm figuring out how to add you as a mod. Oh, that's yeah, that's coming over from the YouTube chat. So that's why it's not showing up in Twitch. Okay. Oh yeah, totally. I'm old as shit, my dude. Let me figure out how to ban you. Elias, what's your YouTube username? I have to like search it exactly. You want to just email me? Yeah, maybe email. Yeah, I have to do it. It's way easier on Twitch, but this is on YouTube and it's a pain in the butt. Oh, I need your channel URL. That's uh that's how I do it. Y'all, I'm having a really really good time. I got like scrolling text, uh dog cam. We've had a few great tracks come in today. And I had to. It was gonna happen sooner or later. I needed to figure out chat moderation, and I am thankful and happy to be doing this. Okay, that should work. Okay, cool. I have mods now. Uh, this is great. I feel like now we have to have like a moderation team. We're picking up steam. We're streaming like the rest of them. It unfortunately sucks when there's only like 6 people in here and we're trying to like listen to a track. So sorry for the timeout. And Slaughter Girl, thank you for the tech support. Uh I am definitely old. Okay, this is like a recurring thing. I know it. I recognize it. I it's extra awkward because in my mastering studio I use like a really 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 tiny screen so that I avoid um uh you know reflections and stuff so that it's super tuned. So to like dial in stuff and like type on the internet, I have to lean in really close and like squint. So dude was dude had my number. Okay. Okay. Let me get back into this. So we're gonna go ahead and pop open this track. This is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here nightly at 6 p.m. You could send tracks to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There is a little bit of guidelines scrolling over my head. And yeah, feel free to send in stuff anytime. Let's listen to this track. I think I started at the beginning, but I'll check. Yeah, sorry if that didn't start in the right place. It might be a resolution thing on my end. Potentially my bad. So, this is so much better. So much better. It those dynamic issues are fixed. It brought out the really great melody stuff. It's floating over top because you opened up, and now we've got stuff above 500. It's it is just so much better than last night. If Oh, okay. My bad again. I'm sorry. I listened to a lot of stuff. Sorry. Apologies. But the production is really good, and this feels really good. Um, I'm sorry. That makes me feel like a butt. I try to remember all the tracks. Yeah, there's let me I can go into the drop and check that out. Here's what I would move around on this track. In the overview of it, it's still you're pretty heavy from 30 to 60, which I think that if you just concentrated on that and took off like 3 dB in the 30 to 60 region, um, you could throw energy into 150 to 250 and like blow it up in that low mid region. You actually have room to go there. So I would refocus, like take some like 30 to 60, toss it into some elements in 150 to 250, like right around there. Then we're gonna get even more of that like grit and like just like that guttural. You're so good at making those like huge emotional like gritty chord things work, and you could get them even heavier in the low mids if you dialed out some of that 30 to 60. And yeah, a lot of stuff. The like the sound chain, the side chaining and the pulsing and the pumping on the end of it uh feels great. Let's see if there's anything fluttering around that's weird before the drop. That part. This part. To me over here, this just sounds like really cool sound design. If I'm going to imagine that it's just it's a streaming quality thing. If I had to take a guess, um, like um, if there's something weird happening, like a limiter or like some like it could be like bit rate compression to a degree because of streaming stuff. Um, I could imagine that that's what's happening because it's quite heavy and we're definitely like hitting the top of our um at that point, but over here, it's really clean. Like you're pushing it to the absolute max. Um uh and that is yeah, you're pushing it. It's not a concern like this is like audio, I'm shoving it out and then back in through OBS, and then it's streaming at probably like 128 kilobytes per second. Um I'm sure that there is some like digital artifacts when stuff gets slammed, which won't be the case on your final product. So, yeah, probably just streaming stuff because it sounds awesome. Oh, okay. And then if it's on your end, then it is there. Um, then what I'm imagining you're hearing, it's very, very pumpy. I can tell you that. And if that's not what you're going for, then I would ease back on that side chain a little bit. There's a fair degree of saturation up top from pushing stuff super hard. Yeah, if you don't like it, then yeah. I mean, all in all, like there is definitely a degree of if you pull down 30 to 60 in your mix, like I was saying, there is a degree of clarity that's going to open up, and your mix is going to open up a little bit more. So, like all of this might speak to the same thing that's happening. Um, 30 to 60 down, a little more in that punch region and that gut region. Uh, and you've got like a killer mix. And I love this track. It accomplishes a thing that just always hits for me. There's this it reminds me of there's a Danny Boyle sci-fi flick. I think it's called Sunshine, and the ending sequence has just those same like gut punching, dirty, like gross emotional chords. And that is just like my favorite thing that you can accomplish in electronic music, and you're absolutely doing it. So, um, cool. Yeah, I'll check all of that out and put it in my reference folder. Stuff. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bleed is definitely definitely in that world. Okay. This is a ton of open studio, and you can send in tracks to a ton of records at gmail.com. There are some guidelines scrolling up top. And fourth calling, I'm sorry that I got like your track mixed up and I started at the wrong place. I got a little off my rhythm from the stream's first troll. Uh, and it just, it hit me a little bit. But folks, we are here at 6 p.m. every night. You can send stuff on in, and I will take a listen, give some top-down style feedback. And feel free to ask questions in chat, send stuff in whenever. It's all good. It's open studio. And thanks for the follow, Slaughter Girl. Hey, it's Synux. What's up, man? Good to see you. I am doing pretty good. I figured out how to put Chatbox in stream, and that was kind of like it took an embarrassing amount of time to figure it out. Got scrolling text, and I put in a dog camera uh, for for the vibe. So I'm doing good. I hope you are also doing pretty good. And folks, if you're just joining in, this is a ton of open studio. Feel free to send in tracks absolutely anytime. I start streaming at 6 p.m. Eastern, and I think that for the next little bit, as we are entering into winter, these streams are probably going to be a little bit on the long side. It's a fun hang, and I have a really good time doing this. So, uh, that's what's up. And my dog's name is Guinness. That is Mr. Guinness. Yeah, totally. I'm doing mixed feedback absolutely anytime I'm online. So if you want to send something in, feel free to send it in. Cool. Yeah, happy to take a listen. Love a fresh mix. Cool. Just got your track. All right, let's take a listen. That's another beautiful piece. I love the sounds and the arrangement and everything that's going on with it. Couple of things to dial in. Um, so it's really, really heavy around 30 again. So that's got to get pulled back, like probably on your sub bass. Um, just pull back like 4 to 6 dB, right around 30 hertz, and then that's going to clean up your mix. That's just going to right there take care of a few issues. There's some clipping somewhere again, and I'm gonna guess that that is the culprit. And if you just dial that back, that should get you in a better place all in all. So there's an abundancy of energy right at 30, and then we could punch up some stuff like between 200 and 300 to give everything a little more heft and body. So if you take some stuff away from 30 and give it to like 250, then we're going to be in a pretty good place. That snap or the thing that you're using as a snare, like as the backbeat, the pa, it's really, really, really resonant at 4K, and it's just like a steep, pokey, and it makes it stick out in the mix. But you're gonna want to make it stick out in the mix in a different way. So you're gonna want to pull back from 4K. It is too pokey, too resonant. If you pull away, I mean, we're talking about like probably like 3 to 4 dB at 4K on that snap. If you pull that out and it's not getting through the mix, then you're going to want to give it some body at like 2K, and you could even try to beef it up at like 250 so that it punches a little bit. That would be worth trying and doing some stuff with that. And then after 4K, there's nothing in your mix. It's just a steep decline, and the mix ends at 4K, and we've got 4K to 20K, like 2.5 octaves of information where we could throw some info and some love. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that the sounds are cool. The arrangement is awesome. I mean, like, the stuff that you've sent so far, the vibes are so good. The arranging is so good. The musicality is so good. So much of this is so good. And a lot of the mixing, like outside of these few issues, is really good. And it's just that we have to fight. Like, yeah, 30 hertz is just like you're trying to push info that you just can't hear. And you're trying to get big bass, and you're blowing up the bass. And it totally makes sense, like, why it's happening. So I'm not like, oh, why are you doing it? It totally makes sense. Like, you're just fighting not hearing it. So just be very careful about it, and be aware that that's like an issue. And you could always send stuff in. I'm here every day. Yeah, you dial that in, and then, yeah, there's that clipping somewhere in your chain, which is something that needs to be diagnosed. But let's start by flattening this out a little bit. So, like, 30, down at 30, down at 4K, and then everything's got to get lifted after 4K. And then, like, that, like, 200 region could really get some love. Yeah, and so the thing is that, like, you're shoving all of your information at 30 when you're actually going to get more perceived bass if you move stuff away and put it more into the, like, audible spectrum where speakers accurately reproduce those sounds. It's just to get, like, consumer speakers or earbuds or whatever to, like, feel like they have that low end, you have to dump so much of it into it that you just you're gonna lose, like, focusing on that specific octave on your mix. It just causes the mix to fall apart higher up on the spectrum. Yeah, I totally. Yeah, 200 to 300, you could, or like 150 to 250 to be more precise. That's where you could put some info, and like beef up your base in that area, especially if you want your base to be more present. That would be a cool place to do it. Oh yeah, I do have the Discord server. I'll send you an email. Yeah, if anyone would like an invite to the Discord, just hit me up and I will email you the link. Yeah, totally. There is a Discord server for people, so that I figure eventually it'll turn into a place where people can like share stuff throughout the day and maybe like work together because it's a really really cool community. Um, I will shoot both of you a Discord invite right now. I'm also getting some final revisions on an album I've been working on, so very exciting stuff. And if you are just tuning in, this is a ton of open studio. I start this stream at 6 p.m. Eastern every day. I'm Scott. You can send in tracks absolutely anytime. Uh, Probably gonna be doing longer streams for the winter because it's fun and I get to like hang out with people. It's cool. It's fun to do. And yeah, so it was an album I was mixing, and the client just sent the very very final batch of revisions. So that's always exciting stuff. And just sent those server invites. Oh, so yeah, this album definitely saving it for release, but um when they are ready to release the first single, we're going to plan a stream around that single, and I'm gonna get the um this so Magoo, they are from they're from Omaha, and they recorded it themselves in their studio, and did like good tracking, and it was really solid, and they wanted to have a separate engineer mix it to get fresh perspective and all that. And I worked with them to dial it in, and it's a really really cool solid, it's a like a big sounding midwestern rock album, and I'm really really excited for it to exist. And we're planning this thing, so they're gonna release the single probably in late January, and right around that release they're gonna come on stream. We're gonna talk about how they recorded it, how they did like a solid tracking session in like a home studio environment, and then we're gonna open up the mix file. I'm gonna go through some stuff, and do a mix teardown on stream, and then talk about like the entire like back and forth process, because uh it's been such an exceptionally perfect uh client relationship, like how they delivered files, how they delivered notes, how we did revisions. It was just really really seamless, and I think it'll be really cool for people to see that um behind the scenes thing. So there is going to be, we will like actually get to interact with it on stream. So that is going to be really sweet. And we got dumped with snow um, like a week ago, and it was pretty substantial. Like had like a good foot and a half hanging around on my property for a little bit. It was pretty fun. The dogs liked it. Uh, the uh, yeah, it's been a bit of a winter wonderland, but I'm pretty jealous of your 70-degree beach day. That's awesome. Um, and yeah, the release, that's totally up to them. That's in their court. I'm just like a helpful engineer that wants to give them some extra love. So we'll see. Whenever they set that release date, we'll plan that stream. Yeah, I would. It's what I do professionally for work as a professional. So yeah. Thanks. You can never know everything, but after a while, you do start to know a lot. And uh, happy to be a little scary. All right. If you are tuning in, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott, and we do a dedicated like mixed feedback stream starting at 6 p.m. Eastern every day. And if you want to catch that mixed feedback segment on replay, that's hosted over on the Atonuv streaming YouTube. Twitch, I get a little loosey goosey. Sometimes outside of the mixed feedback, I'll do some like synthesizer sampling or studio work. Sometimes I'm just going to be like sending emails and stuff like outside of stream time. But yeah, the Twitch I'm going to open up to just be kind of like an ambient studio hang throughout the day. I think it'll be cool. So if you ever catch me outside of this like 6 p.m. window and you have a track that you want me to take a look at, feel free to hit me up. Uh, so I've been engineering for like 15 years at this point. I started just by doing when I like in high school when I was playing in bands. I took on the sound duties because I was interested in it and I just started doing it. And then that led to studying it and studying under a series of um, like mentors and apprenticeship situations. Uh, and and yeah, that's it. So it's like 15 years of that in live situations and studio situations. I primarily play violin is like what I started off on, and then I do some like keyboard and synthesizer sound design stuff. But it's primarily violin um, is the instrument that I play, and I wound up becoming a touring member of a band that I was doing some engineering stuff with. Um, and yeah, so I'm a member of Summer Like the Season where I do like sampling and keys and violin. And then that has a full length coming out um, probably later in 2021 because hopefully it's you know, we could tour. Yeah, I was classically trained as a child, and then I got into like jazz and rock, and I did uh, a like pretty like a 3-year apprenticeship with a Grammy-winning like electric violinist, rock violinist, jazz violinist, country violinist. He did it all. So that was really cool. Thanks, bud. I am just a musician doing musician stuff. Let's turn the dog cam back on. Yeah, you arrange great stuff, and that's just as valid as anything else. In many cases, more valid because it sounds good. You're writing, you're writing good stuff. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, music is supposed to be stuff that sounds good. And if you listen to a lot of music and study and just pay attention to what it is, that's in a lot of cases all that you have to know. That's a lot of the best musicians that I've ever worked with study and approach it in the very, very similar way. All right, folks. If you want to send something in at any time, you can send it to atonuvrecords at gmail.com. There are some general guidelines floating above my head. Uh, for the last couple of weeks, I've been doing this from about like 6 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern. But then yesterday, I started to notice that we actually started to get a lot of people later on in the evening. So I'm also I think for tonight, it's Monday. I got nothing else to do. I have like on my schedule, I just got final revisions on this album, and it's like two notes per on four tracks. So I'm gonna be able to do that tomorrow afternoon. But we're gonna do a big old stream tonight and see what happens. And I'm curious about seeing what happens as I push this a little bit later into the evening because that might, you know, experimenting with what times are good for people. Yeah, I mean, listening to music is a great way to improve on composition. And then music theory is, I mean, there are like four fundamental concepts of music theory, and then you can build everything off of those, all the way up to the most complicated chord structures. Once you are just really, really comfortable with like a few core things. And that's all, that's as complicated as it needs to be. I mean, music theory comes down to I mean basically how I like run through it is that you have to know that there's a scale. And yeah, which also, folks, this is the A Ton of Open Studios stream. You can ask anything and we'll kind of go through and talk about whatever if we don't have tracks. Um so just understanding the oh, yeah, 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 that's a solid. Elias is absolutely right. Andrew Wang is incredible and actually has like a lot of like similar thoughts that I have on music theory. Um, Andrew Wang is good. Uh, Adam Neely is a really, really good resource. He has some really cool videos if you ever want to just get your mind blown by something. Um, and there's some solid. Um, Rick Beato is like a little more old school, but there are like a couple of very, very solid music theory in-depth videos that he did as well, and that'll get you on a pretty solid platform. Yeah, you could message me on Discord and we could dial that in. Thank you for taking on that little bit of moderator work that was really handy a little bit ago. Um, yeah, we could totally try using the Discord as it exists. Um, And yeah, a functional grasp of music theory is absolutely going to shape how you think about mixing and composing, of course. Cool. Have a good night, dude. Solid, solid work with those mixes. Hey, what's up? Demo loop. Nice to have you in. Uh, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott, and if you want to send in tracks for some mix feedback, you can send them to a ton of records at gmail.com. I've got kind of like some ground rules floating over my head. Uh, that's how it works. This starts at 6 p.m. Eastern every night, and I'm pushing for like a marathon stream tonight because I'm curious about like other times uh, of doing this. So I'm seeing what happens if we go a little bit later. But also I'm on like hour 4, so it's kind of like talking to the camera. Yeah, I think that'll work. So I am uh most of what I'm doing is mastering. So that's I'm taking in absolutely uh every genre. That's like my main work. And then I mix an album every now and then. The last project that I just did was like a big like midwestern indie rock, uh, like e- edgy, big energy kind of stuff. That's what I like mixing. So that's usually what I take on. And then I engineer and tour with Summer Like This Season, which is a dream pop group. So it's kind of like a little bit of everything. But I will take a I'll watch for that whisper. I think I'll be able to use that. Cool. Yeah, I definitely get a lot of trap. Um that's awesome. That's awesome to have a wide range of things that you're doing. Yeah, trap is cool. Or if you've got something, it's absolutely it's totally open. I literally like everything. That's like kind of the mindset that you have to have as a mastering engineer. I listen to everything. So send whatever you're looking for some feedback on. And I'm just going to grab a glass of water real quick, so I'll be right back. Right on. Happy to have someone from Germany in the chat. Cool stuff. Cool, cool, cool. Let's take a listen. And it's a little bit of a pain to loop things around in OBS. So, but I'm going to try to dial this in. Generally, people send the files, but I think I can make this happen, actually. One second. Oh, he is oh, yeah, if you could send me the download link, that would actually save me a ton of time. I almost had it, and my dog is wearing a moose costume. Cuz he is a cute costume dog good boy. Yeah, I just set up the dog cam today, which I think is the single best thing I've done for this stream. Uh, since I started it. Cool. Yeah, take a couple of minutes. I'm here. I'm not in a rush. This is a very uh no no hurries, no worries stream. And if you are just dropping in, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. I start this stream every day at about 6 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to send something in for some feedback, you can go ahead and send that absolutely anytime to the email address right down there. And there's some like little guidelines floating over my head if that's what you would like to do. I have installed a dog camera for entertainment while we wait for mixes. And usually this stream is like a couple hours long or like 1 hour. But I'm kind of like feeling totally fine and comfy and having a good time. So I'm just going to see if like I'm experimenting with what like the proper peak time to do this is. So we're going to push a little bit later into the night tonight. All right, if you are just hopping in, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. This is a nightly mix feedback live stream. You can send in tracks. I'll take a listen, give you some fresh perspective, and see how to tighten up your mix. Send tracks anytime to the email address right down there. There's a few little guidelines scrolling over my head. And I am feeling like streaming tonight. So we are doing a pretty long open studio this evening. Okay, great. Uh, Send it on in. Yeah, labeling folders is a tough task sometimes. Let's check out test 5. And if you are watching and wonder what's going on, this is the Atonuv Open Studio live stream. I'm Scott. I'm here every night to do mixed feedback. People could send in stuff, send them in over multiple nights after making revisions. Stuff gets pretty deep, stuff gets cool. Uh, Guinness is asleep down there. I added this dog cam. I think it is the best thing I've ever done. Uh, Feel free to send stuff in absolutely anytime. I am really just I'm feeling like doing this stream, and I'm doing a marathon stream. We are on hour 4 of the stream, doing this mixed feedback. Happy to be here. And yeah, whenever that track is uploaded is great. I appreciate you sending the file. It makes things easier, comes across better, you can get more in depth on the analysis. It's good stuff. Yeah, I can take a look at your loudness. I've got I use the DR meter, uh, which I really like. Julian is good as well. Okay, cool. I'm going to grab that link. And yeah, I know it is not it's not fun to spend a bunch of money on a meter. It is the least satisfying plug-in purchase that you can make. Okay. They are processing that file. So it's getting uploaded and ready to go. Gotcha. Cool. So let's check that. I'll definitely make checking the loudness a priority. All right. That link is still getting processed, so just shoving this file from Germany to America. It's on a beautiful journey, making its way through the internet. Yeah, let's check that dynamic range. All right, if you are just popping in, this is a ton of Open Studio, working on getting a file downloaded right now. If you've got something you want some mix feedback on, feel free to send your files to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. And there are some guidelines for stuff up above my face. And yeah, we start this stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern. I am experimenting with going a little bit longer tonight and see if there are just like better pockets of time for people and stuff like that. So feel free to send something in anytime. And also, if you have any general audio questions, feel free to ask in chat. And let's check on this. All right, file's ready. Downloading the file. 5 seconds. Let's. right. Here's test 5. All right. Looks a bit smashed up. Let's take a listen. Hey, Elias. Yeah, we're in for a big old stream. Very cool. So this sounds incredible, and it's such a cool track, and I love it when people do something different within like electronic music, and you have such a wonderful attention to detail and space and sound design, like Elias was saying. Um, it's a very, very, very cool track. Okay, that's ground level where we're at. Cool track. Um, I I have like a few. There's just some technical stuff that I think is going to take away from it a little bit. And here's the thing, like you've done such an incredible job of engineering a track that um, shouldn't sound as good as it does. Okay, that's like it's always possible, and you've done an awesome job. But basically, everything needs to get dialed back like a couple of notches. The dynamic range is like 2. It's like 2. It's not enough. Um, uh, and very specifically, this is something that comes very typically in the genre, and I know why people do it. But like 30 to 60 hertz is really really blown up. Basically, you're very very heavy, like below 100, and especially from 30 to 60. And longtime listeners of the stream will know that I talk about this a lot. Your 30 to 60 is eating up lots of headroom on your dynamic range, on your track as a whole, and you're gonna get it's gonna get you're gonna get diminishing results from pushing it that hot right there. Not many systems can even reproduce that accurately. Systems that can reproduce it accurately, the user is going to be able to add more sub on their end, and it's going to be dialed in to have like their subs are going to be dialed in for their room and like tuned according to like industry tracks, which your 30 to 60 is like probably like 4 dB hotter than like an industry track. So I would take away some low end. You said that your kick was clipping and it was like very very tasteful, and you had a really really good kick tuned at like around 90, which I don't always love on tracks like this, but you really really dialed it in. You picked a great sample and you dialed in like the exact right sound on that kick. So that's really good. And then as far as, so like your dynamic range is pinned. If you pull back 30 to 60, that's going to relax your dynamic range a little bit. So that's going to get you part way where you need to go. And then you're probably just like, I would say that you're like 2 clicks back from hitting target loudness. Like after that move would be my guess. My best bet is that you're going to pull back 30 to 60, and then like in your limiting scenario, like how I dial in loudness is I hit a compressor, I do 1 to 2 dB of gain reduction, and that's it. But then I pick a compressor that I can turn the volume up on and sound good. That's just what I like. That's my method. And then I have that hit the limiter instead of raising gain on a limiter. I just think it sounds a little bit better. So, like in my setup, what I would do is knock back that 30 to 60 and then click back my compressor output 2 notches. And Kaido, yeah, I absolutely have the time, and I will check out your track next. I'm doing like a marathon stream to see what happens. Normally I do this from 6 to 8, but I have the energy, and I want to see what happens if I stream a little bit later, and we might get another crowd, so on and so forth. So I'm sticking around. Okay, 30 to 60, pull it back. Pull back 2 notches of volume. You're probably going to be hitting around like, at that point, I'm going to guess you're going to be dancing between -8 and -7 RMS, which is like where, I hate to always just say Skrillex, but that is like the industry standard of like dance music at this point because of like society. So like Skrillex is generally hitting like that -7 RMS when they are really, really pushing levels. So if you do those 2 moves, that's where you should be hanging out in loudness land. Now, after you clear up that stuff on the mix, I think as a little bonus, the snare is a little buried in the mix. You've got a pocket at 1.5K that you could just slide that snare into, and then you're going to get a little more snap and a little more cut on that snare and fill everything else out really, really nicely. So I would use like a Pultec and just give like 2 or 3 at 1.5K on that snare, and it's going to just like, it's going to sit a little bit nicer in the mix. And then that's basically it. Those moves, everything else, really fantastic. Great sound design, sounds amazing. It's just those technical things. And like, super cool track. Thank you for sending it in. It's always awesome to get cool stuff. Yeah, sometimes taking a couple of weeks away from a track is the best thing we can do. All right. Kaido, I'm gonna... Great. Would it be possible for you to send me a file if you've got it, or make this SoundCloud link downloadable? It's just it's easier in my setup. I run a Windows machine, and like routing audio is horrible on it. It's like the thing that I know. Like, I know it's not as good. And like that on top of like a DAW and my monitors and so on and so forth. So if that's possible, that would be great. If not, I can Sweet. Thank you. All right, I grabbed it if you want to turn download off. Thank you. Very cool. All right, let's take a listen. Hey, good night, Demo Loop. Okay. Really beautiful. Uh, like again, the stuff that comes in is really cool. This really, uh, beautiful orchestration, a really really interesting uh piece, and I really love what's happening here. Um, I want to dial in a couple of things mix wise. So let's start from the bottom and work our way up to the top. Okay, so low end. Um. Okay. Your 80 like slidey bass 808s are obviously very very important to this track. And they are entirely focused down from 30 to 60. That is where the fundamental is, and like that is the nature of the big low sub bass slidey line. Now the thing is that the translatability of this track, like we're running into two issues. First off, 30 to 60 is blown the heck up, because speakers are not going to accurately reproduce down below 60 in many, many setups. It's kind of like, so we're fighting against speaker design, and depending on what your monitoring setup is, like, you know, hard to say what you're working with, but you might not have accurate reproduction in your room. Um, Second off, it feels good to have like huge bottom end. Um, yeah, I mean, like, long story short, don't remove 30 to 60, but I would kill. I would go into that bass and take away like 3-4 dB in that region. Okay. Um, but we want that bass, and that's like such an important part of the piece. So it's like the reason that you're blowing it up there, that's where the fundamental is. So this leads into another issue, is that you've got like a pretty scoopy mid-range. So what we want to do is take that bass line and then excite it a little bit in its harmonic region. So like at like 700, 500, 700, 900. Pultec style EQ is really, really, really good for this. So I would add definition there. That's going to make it feel more present and be bassier and be more translatable. You mean like a dynamic EQ? Like, I mean, uh, like it's cool to use dynamic EQ, but that's not what I would do for this. So I would take like a parametric and just do a straight cut of like 3D, start, 3 dB from 30 to 60 with like a medium bell to kind of get that. And then I would use an analog style EQ, like a Pultec, a Neve, an SSL, not an API. And then I would give a little bit of a boost at like 700 on that bass. That's what I would do. That's the tools that I would use to do it. Um, and Yeah, absolutely. So that's where we're at, and then that bass line is going to translate more on like if somebody plays it on their phone, because as it is right now, that uh yep, Elias is absolutely right. If you don't have those tools, like we're talking about, like a little bit of saturation and excitement, to kind of it adds and densifies the frequency in that region, and it just gives it some ooey gooey love. But like as it stands right now, with how it's all centered from 30 to 60, it just won't. It won't play back on a lot of speakers. So, moving up the frequency spectrum, um, the right on. I think Elias is using FL, so I bet he knows uh, some plugins to use to get some results on this. So definitely give some specifics in there. Um, your kick is really wide. Um, if you, it's like it's encompassing. Your kick is basically all the way from 60 to 130. And if you just dip out like above 100 and just do like a 3 dB scoop with a parametric to kind of tighten up your kick a little bit, that is going to just it'll just literally tighten it up. So narrow your kick a little bit, and then mid range. I'm gonna try to blast through the rest of the spectrum. So kick gets tightened up, and then you're gonna find that from 100 to 200, you don't really have much going on, and that's where you could add some bass, which you could in addition to doing like the mid-range thing at like 700 with the sub bass, you could give it some love between 100 and 200 once you carve away some kick in that area, and that's going to give you more bass when the bass hits. But the bass is sparse on this arrangement, so you could also consider giving some 100 to 200 on like the piano, so that we just have it could be boomy on the piano, in which case it'll sound bad. So don't do it. But find something that can just give a solid foundation on this track in that 100 to 200 region. And I have to kind of remember. Oh, okay. The bells. So the bell chimey things, bing bong, they are really heavy from 2K to 4K, and the snare is really heavy from 2K to 4K. So I would shave some snare from 2K to 4K and then bring it up at 1.5K. And then also probably tame those bells a little bit. So like a 3 dB cut on the snare from 2 to 4K, scoot it down to 1.5, and then like a 2 dB cut from 2 to 4K on those chimes, just like a little bit, just a little bit on those. And then you're going to be pretty dialed in. If you give that bass some 700, then you're going to be sitting with a really, really nice balance on this whole thing. It's very good. This track is very good, and it's very close. Cool. And yeah, if you need me to clarify anything, please ask. Like, totally cool to do that. Yeah, totally. Send in that other track. I'd love to take a listen. All right. And if you are just popping in, this is a Ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. And tonight, it's a Monday. It's a little bit snowy. I don't have anything else to do. So I am doing this a little bit longer than usual. Just seeing what the vibe is as we push a little bit longer into the evening. If you want to get tracks listened to and get some feedback on them, you can send them to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. And there's a little floating banner above my face with some ground rules. Okay, cool. I'll play it off stream. So I won't, since you don't have permission to play it, I'll play it muted on stream. Okay. I can't. Let me make this routing happen. Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you for the authorization. Let me just loop this back around into stream then. I think I can do it. Not quite. Swing and a miss. Yeah, I think it's okay. I just have to do a bunch of fiddly stuff to make things play, but I think I got it. gonna check and see if I'm gonna do science really quick. Uh, Good question. So I had to listen to it off stream because the audio was messed up with the loop back. Um, so let me dial in what's going on with this track, and then as far as like what I do, I mean like as of this moment, I listen to like hundreds of tracks a day, so you kind of get used to dialing in on stuff. And I've been doing this for like 15 years in one capacity or another. So let's see. This track is really cool. Like, really, I love this like medieval dungeon, like folk. Uh, there's definitely some stuff that is really, really aggressive in this track that I wouldn't want in like many, many, many instances, but it's also such a huge part of its vibe. Um, but it's like there's extreme compression and distortion on the kick and snare, which um, it's it's bordering on too much. In like every other scenario, I would instantly be like, that is too much. But within the context of this track and like what's happening, it's very cinematic. It feels like um it feels like it's for a movie trailer, and it doesn't feel like it's for like listening. If that makes sense. Like this isn't what I would put on to like go about my day and like listen to music, but if someone was gonna like do an action trailer and they wanted everything to just be like explosions and dragons and like this big element of drama, then this is kind of appropriate. Now, that said, um, the balance between so like it's like kick and snare huge ba 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 ba, it's doing the thing. It is appropriate if that's what's going for, but the orchestra is way too far back behind it, so it's gonna have to get dialed in to bring the orchestra into the fold. um like within like the world of like movie trailer, these strings would need to be brighter, they would need to be more in your face, and they would need to take as much of a punching big roll as that kick and snare. And I am thinking that the only way to make them fit is to actually dial the kick and snare back just a couple, like I would take a couple of clicks back there and then push the melodic elements up a little bit. But this is getting, because like frequency wise, mix wise, this is actually really clean. It's like well balanced, and it works. So this is more like artistic, subjective stuff rather than technical things. It's just like I want like more mid-range energy out of the instruments so that they can be as cinematic and bold as the drums from an artistic perspective. Very, very unique track. Hey, folks. This is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. If you are just walking in and wonder what's going on, this is a nightly mix feedback stream. Uh, you could send tracks to a ton of records at gmail.com. It's this email right down here. And there are some guidelines floating over my face. Feel free to send stuff in absolutely anytime. This starts at 6 p.m. Eastern every single night. I usually don't go this late, but it's cool to see new people coming in, and I'm checking out what the vibe is as we push a little bit later. So feel free to send stuff in absolutely anytime or ask questions in chat. And Kaido, is really cool to have you. I will see you later. Hope that those changes go well. Yeah, Elias, absolutely. Send it on over. And y'all, there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of waiting for mixes and stuff on this stream, but I do believe that I have solved our entertainment issues because I have added a dog cam where we can watch Mr. Guinness diligently listen to all of your tracks. All of this feedback is actually not coming from me. It is coming from Guinness the dog. His ears are much better than ours. Yep. I am nothing without the dog informing my every mix move. Okay, that's a really, really, really good question. So it's gonna depend on what stage of the mix I'm in, um, and that, uh, like that's the quickest, most honest answer. So there is a lot of like in doing a mix, especially like intaking files and like just like dealing with the mechanics of it. There is a lot of just like grunt labor in mixing, and doing things like time correction and pitch correction, laying things out, getting a feel for the mixes, getting a feel for the album, and doing just like basic like I am fixing stuff. I am cleaning up tracks. I am, looking for issues, fixing problems, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That stuff I'm going to do in just like marathon, like all day, like set up a bag of snacks like right in front of me and just live in the studio and do it, and just like slog through because this is an all day task. This is like the janitorial work of audio engineering, and I just want that to be done and out of the way. Then, uh, and that's not, and also that's not always the case. Sometimes I get stuff and it's just like clean and it's good to go. And I'm like, sweet. Um, then I want to mix as fast as possible. Like I do all of this pre-work, like maybe the day before, and then I'm just gonna do a track and I'm gonna get right into like this is dialing the stuff in, um, and what's really interesting is this is it's kind of like a thing that you don't have to think. Eventually, like as you practice and you get faster, it's like better mixes or faster mixes. You're gonna make better. You make decisions from the outset, and then you just follow through on them, and clear, kind of clear yourself a path. And then you're not gonna worry as much about ear fatigue. Um, but not as a rule, but it's like I'll probably do like an hour on and then like a half hour off. Like is the fastest answer. It's probably something like that. Um, but like philosophically, it's all about like I make it so that the actual mixing and like detailed like final tweaks and everything are as fast of a process as possible. And then full disclosure, I just at this point I'm not like mixing that much. It's most of what I'm doing is mastering, which is totally and completely different. Yeah, when you're doing everything yourself, production and mixing blends into just one big blob, um, which which is a thing that I do like for people that are doing that. I do recommend like partitioning it as much as possible. Go like this is production day, and this is mixing day. Um, mm, I think it's both. So I think that there is artistic distortion. Um, okay, that's really really interesting because I think that there is both. Um, I think that there are artistic decisions to be made with distortion, saturation, compression, and EQ. Like I don't know, to be like incredibly just like obvious, like telephone style vocals. Like super super band passed vocals that's like an effect, and that's an artistic decision. That's an artistic decision with EQ, and you're going to be working with somebody or you're going to be working with yourself, and you're like, this is what I want. This is my artistic decision that this is the thing that's going to happen. That happens, and then in the final mix, the mixing engineer, which is sometimes ourselves has to go, this artistic decision was made and set, but now I need to work within these artistic parameters and make it sound as good as possible with, um, mixing and like maybe an additional EQ. And then it's the same with distortion and compression. We can have artistic compression, like I really, really want, these drums to sound like big old slamming John Bonham drums. Okay, well, that's going to be a compressor set like this, and we have to record it like this, and that's how we're going to get it. But then there's an additional level of like mix compression where we are going to use compression to gently fit things into the mix during the mixing stage. So, like in this scenario and where you're running into these things, is you got to think of them as two separate, like EQ isn't always a mix thing. Sometimes it's an artistic thing, but I would want to commit to artistic decisions before you start making mixing decisions, is what I would recommend. And allow for pushback, like you're going to be mixing something and then go like, oh, this artistic decision doesn't really make sense anymore within the context. And then you can have some pushback, but you really want to commit to artistic decisions as much as possible and then make them work with each other in the mix. And I've told a lot of people to do that over the years, and I mean, not to brag or whatever, but once they start implementing that way of doing things, they work like faster and smarter, and it frees up a lot of time to actually like make stuff. Yeah, that totally makes sense. That's a good reason, and also like I know that you are uh, you know you're doing great stuff, but you're as you get more experienced with it, you're gonna be making these decisions faster and then pushing back faster, and then you're just gonna find like I do just recommend like just practice, 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 which is exactly what you're doing, and yeah, pushing back, wondering why you made decisions, trying to fit vocals into existing tracks, that is going to cause like a lot of back and forth. So as you practice your production and mixing technique, just keep in mind that eventually, like, kind of set yourself a nice, comfy goal of like, after a certain point, try to start a track and try to discreetly separate these production stages. As of right now, you're dealing with like old tracks getting smashed up with new ideas, that is going to put you into kind of like that neurotic tail chasing, but it's a really, really excellent learning experience. Yeah. So I mean, you know what's up. I mean, you basically, I'm just going to affirm, yes, you're right. You're totally right. It's all good. Dialing in that dog cam. Great. Let's take a listen. Okay, let's listen.
Hey yo, turn me up, E. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey. First things first, I'm the motherfucking legend. The gas gang gone, make your motherfucking head spin. Maserati click, you know we stay flexing. Little resty, yeah, you know I stay stepping. All boy dripping on my feet. Jeans so skinny, looking like they gotta eat. MCE keep it bumping with the sick beat, huh?
What you know about it? Got Da Vinci and the Gucci on my fit. Roll a joint, yeah, you know we stay lit. If she coming over, know I got a hit. Tell that hoe I want it sloppy, make it spit. We can make a movie, call me Brad Pitt. Wait, hold up, let the lyrics sit. If the pussy good, I call her a lift. If it's bad, you can walk, little bitch.
Yeah, we stay stepping. And my crew, we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. So much brains like she teaching me a lesson. Yeah, we stay stepping. And my crew, we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. So much brains like she teaching me a lesson. So much brain, I put her on the map. So much brain, I'm saying no cap. She's careless, hairless, she's smooth, she's stainless. She's asking for a ring, but I hit her with a necklace. She's gone but reckless. She my bestest, but I treat her like my next bitch. Got her screaming when I hit it in the Lexus. No love, so I dropped the maiden exit.
Yeah, Raffy pass that bitch to me. She's a bougie hoe, but she fucking for free. Got her wet when she's off the tree. You would think that I'm a god the way she stay on her knees. All the ice make it 1 degree, but you give me so much brain, I got 2 degrees. 7 inches in a bitch, cause I aim to please. If you missed it, that's a dick reference. Hey, no photos, put the 5% tint on the 4-door. Big house, yeah, that shit's got 4 floors. Hide and seek with your girl in the corridors. Bitch, you think I'm bluffing? Got the gravy, so your bitch bringing her muffins. Call it Thanksgiving, cause she's taking all the stuffing. Might be November, but you know I ain't cuffing. Gone.
Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson. Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson.
That delay might have actually been me. I had routing turned around in my stuff. Let me start that again. Yeah. That was me, dude. It was kind of cool for a second. Hour 5 of the stream, I guess I'm getting a little sloppy.
Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey. First things first, I'm the motherfucking legend. The gas gang gon' make your motherfucking head spin. Maserati click, you know we stay flexing. Little resty, yeah, you know I stay stepping. All boy dripping on my feet. Jeans so skinny, looking like they gotta eat. MCE keep it bumping with the sick beat, huh?
What you know about it? Got Da Vinci and the Gucci on my fit. Roll a joint, yeah, you know we stay lit. If she coming over, know I got a hit. Tell that hoe I want it sloppy, make it spit. We can make a movie, call me Brad Pitt. Wait, hold up, let the lyrics sit. If the pussy good, I call her a lift. If it's bad, you can walk, little bitch.
Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson. Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson. So much brain, I put her on the map. So much brain, I'm saying no cap. She's careless, hairless, she's smooth, she's stainless. She's asking for a ring, but I hit her with a necklace. She's gone but reckless. She my best bitch, but I treat her like my next bitch. Got her screaming when I hit it in the Lexus. No love, so I dropped and made an exit.
Yeah, Raffy pass that bitch to me. She's a bougie hoe, but she fucking for free. Got her wet when she's off the tree. You would think that I'm a god the way she stay on her knees. All the ice make it 1 degree, but you give me so much brain, I got 2 degrees. 7 inches in a bitch, cause I aim to please. If you missed it, that's a dick reference. Hey, no photos, put the 5% tint on the 4-door. Big house, yeah, that shit's got 4 floors. Hide and seek with your girl in the corridors. Bitch, you think I'm bluffing? Got the gravy, so your bitch bringing her muffins. Call it Thanksgiving, cause she's taking all the stuffing. Might be November, but you know I ain't cuffing. Gone.
Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson. Yeah, we stay stepping, and my crew we stay flexing. Got a 10 on my D. Too much brains like you teaching me a lesson.
That's a lot better. Way less hyped. A lot more natural sounding. It is a couple. I don't know, where you are in the process, but just as far as loudness goes, like if you're gonna do a mastering on it, it's like 2 clicks south of exactly loud enough. Like as it is in this moment, it would just be like bonk bonk, done, dialed in. frequency stuff way more controlled in that 30 to 60. Now, from 80 to 200, if you wanted to bring some low end in that region, you've got room. And you could bring out some beef 800 80 to 200, be it in the bass. I mean, that's what I would imagine, but there's room to go right there, and we could get a little more bass action, and it's gonna help swing things in our favor a little bit on the whole track. And then you've got a really steep drop off after 10K. So like even just in the mastering stage, you could just lift the whole thing, or go and carefully just add air to individual elements. And that's just going to take the blankets off of the speaker a little bit. And I mean, it might be worth because the vocals, like, I know that you're dealing with like some essing and stuff. The vocals are way better, but especially that main vocal, that first vocal, I would, I mean, see if the Slate Fresh Air is still free, but like that, or the Kush Clariphonic, or something like that, like just a really, really, really nice top endy sheen shiny boy. I would try strapping that to that vocal and just lifting that airband out, to help it leap out. It's going to be after the Essing range, like we're talking about 15K, 16K, and we could lift that vocal, and that's going to lift the blanket off the speakers on the entire mix, and also help that vocal just get a little bit of edge on it, and push outside of where it is. That's it. It's just way better. It's definitely way better. And that's yeah, that's it. That's a wrap. Yeah, it's more important for it to be the a consistent. So like, yeah. This is kind of a big overview question. The most important thing is to have consistency across an album. Like, as a mastering engineer, you load up the album and you're looking at the album. And you want to, like, when you do a mastering session, you arrange all of the tracks in, in order, and you can bounce between them like really quickly, so you can make these fine adjustments. So what I am going to do is, on an album, I want the loudest point. I'm going to find the loudest point of each track, and I want that loudest point to be matched to like industry loudness. but let the loudest point of that track dictate like where that is, like where it's going to push. And then I'm going to do that on every track and have the loudest points be consistently that. And that's going to be the most transparent and like least destructive. Like I'm not going to just slam something into a limiter to make it be loud. And that's how I'm thinking about it. So it's like global view and then medium view. But yeah, you don't want to just go like this track could be louder and therefore I will make it louder. You want it to be matched across the album. You're like absolutely correct in those instincts, but we would want to get the loudest points of each track to be as loud as possible. I'm using RMS. I'm doing the average loudness. Lufs in a lot of way kind of combines two elements when they could be discrete. And that's like how I always like to be. I don't like multi-effects and stuff like that. I like to think about things in separate ways. So I'm going to think about frequency spectrum and I'm going to think about loudness. So because Lufs is weighted in a way, so it's like I want to get the frequency spectrum in line with like my references and the industry track, and then I'm going to think about the RMS, the average loudness of the loudest moments of a track, and that's where I'm hitting my targets. And I'll go by Lufs when it's like very, very specifically requested by a client, but I dial in results with frequency balancing and then average loudness measurements. Okay. If smashes. So in a really, really, really good mastering session, what I'm gonna do is push back on client mixes. Like this is just honestly what I do. Okay, I'm gonna push back on client mixes so that they are consistent within each other. I'm gonna figure out like what's going on within those mixes. That is an issue in the mix on a track by track level, and also what's happening across the group of tracks, because a really, really, really good master is a chain that I can shoot the entire album through without automating anything, without touching anything, and it just goes from beginning to end, and it shoots through one final master chain because everything has been balanced on a track by track basis. Now, what I'll do on a track by track basis is adjust. Like how I load up a master session, like that's a whole thing. But so like say I have 10 tracks, the way that Studio One's mastering file session works is that each track has its own separate fader. I will use the fader to get them to about the same loudness to start. And then I throw a parametric on each track. And then I roughly balance the frequency spectrums so that they are roughly the same-ish, unless there's like clear like, oh, this song is a different genre, like within the album. Then I'm like a little more loosey-goosey with it, and I make very, very gentle moves to preserve the flavor and the intention of the artist, but just kind of, it's a smoothing. And we're talking about moves that are like 2 to 3 dB max, just like gentle lifting, gentle cuts. That puts him in line. And if and then after that, it just goes through. It goes through the final, like my little final saturator, my final EQ, my sweetening EQ, and it hits the limiter, and then the whole album prints through. Sounds really consistent. Sounds great. Sounds beautiful. In this specific scenario, so if there's one track that sounds too smashed at industry standard loudness, that means that there's a problem with the track. And because like at this point, like industry standard loudness is not like, there are people doing louder things, absolutely. And I think that I've made my opinion very clear on like why that's silly. Because in most scenarios it doesn't matter and you're just going to be destructive to your track. So like on many, 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 many albums, like as like, because there was the loudness war, and now it's starting to die down, and mastering engineers are starting to like tell each other that we just want to aim for like -9 RMS, like something like that. And honestly, if it's sounding too smashed and you're hitting -9 RMS, it means something is messed up. It means that there's probably, it probably means that there's an overabundance of low end, and that it's hitting things weird, and that it makes it sound smashed and bad, and that there's a frequency issue. Or if your dynamic range is so what's really, really, really important is your dynamic range. That's more important than anything, and that's what I'm looking for. So it's like I want to hit, and like -9 RMS is like really, 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 really close to like audiophile grade. Where it becomes no good is if you're hitting like -9 RMS and your dynamic range is pinned. If you can hit -9 RMS and be having like a nice, healthy, pumping, swinging dynamic range, it's actually like wide open and lovely. It is both loud and not smashy. It's a really, really, really great sweet spot. So, danger mixes, and sometimes, like I think you've probably seen a couple come in. It's like where something is hitting like -12 RMS, but it's pinned to like DR3. No good. That means that there's like too much energy centered around low frequencies. I think that you are like really good on your dynamic range in general. Like this track, and definitely I'm sorry that I can't like remember every track for sure, but if you're doing an album and you're about to release it and you want to send like every track during a stream, I can definitely take a look at it as a whole. I'm cool with that. But I think you're pretty good universally.
Yeah, I stay stepping, all boy dripping on my feet. Jeans so skinny, looking like they gotta eat.
Yeah, like this one where I said like, yeah, I could use like a click up. It's like average loudness could go like a click up, and also it could be a little bit squishier. So yeah, your dynamic range, I'm pretty sure, judging by purely what I remember, is good. And then the thing is that like if we're hitting -9 RMS and our dynamic range is healthy, um, it is both loud and good. It achieves a balance of both. Um, if it is so like when I get something in and it's like -12 RMS and the dynamic range is pinned, then that means that too much low end and also probably too much compression. Not necessarily because it's the same, but if generally speaking, if someone mixed it and they blew it up to that degree, they probably also overused compression. You could just kind of go like, oh yeah, that's probably what you did. So we generally, like with a mix like that, it's like, hey, go back, take out some of this low end, and just back off a click on your compressors. And that's the feedback that I would give to something like that. And then when it comes back to me for mastering, then I can just run it through that nice clean chain, get it to that level, and have consistency throughout the album and address it from there. So if one of your tracks is feeling too smashed at the same average loudness, then there is a deeper issue on that track that should be addressed, to give the answer to the question that was asked like 15 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The first one I remember was that one might have been questionable dynamic range wise. It was definitely blown up in that 30 to 60. Um, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yep, and low end constricts dynamic range more than the rest of the frequency spectrum, which is that's that's why I tell people to make it do less of it, because it's going to lead to an overall constricted dynamic range. It'll pump weird on speakers. All right, y'all. We are pushing into hour 5. I was wondering if maybe like all of California would show up. If we got later into the evening. I think I'm gonna stick around for like let's just call it like 10 minutes, and we'll see if we get another mix to come in. Um, and yeah, then I'm gonna call it for the night. This was a really cool one. Good to hang out with you. Yeah, Elias is California. Yeah, putting a countdown timer on it. We're at the 10-minute mark. Let's go to Dog TV. Yeah, absolutely. Ask away. Okay, dull on the high end. Cool. So, was the multiband clamping down on like the low mids? Cool. Yeah, so here's the thing. Like this is an old mix, and if multiband was holding it together and it was working and you just hate it and you don't want to like spend your life reconstructing this mix from the ground up, then put that multiband back on. But basically how I would approach it, like if this was the case, if I take that multiband off and I go like I don't really have high end presence and also it's muddy, then I would go through and do some aggressive EQing. And you know, that's what I would do. I would do like I'm just gonna engineer this, I'm gonna mix it, I'm just gonna use a boring old parametric, uh and rebalance it, and then I'm gonna add sparkle and flavor with analog style EQs. So you know, this is a very, very, very unsexy answer, but I would just go like, yeah, EQ it. And because in most cases, it's like, I think that like, it sounds like back then you were trying to do the job of EQ with a multiband, which it works. Like, it will get the job done, but it's gonna lead to like some artifacts and some like we're constricting stuff a little too hard. It's all gonna add up, and um, then the final mix is just not gonna be as clean as uh, as it just like pure EQ. Let's see. So technical perspective, the curve of the song is flat, so I didn't want to bring out more high end. Yeah. Um. So it sounds muddy. Uh, and I do say don't mix by the meter, but I also say like check your meter. So it feels muddy. It sounds muddy, but it is flat. Um. Can you send me the mix? Like I could, you know, I could kind of guess around at it, but if you have it handy, I would totally take a listen. And and yeah, that is like the risk of if you I mean if you just make a bunch of like really really like kind of drastic changes like this, and if it's the mix that I'm thinking of, it was hyped. So if you go from like a hyped mix to a if you switch, like if you're A being between something hyped and something flat, then you're gonna favor the hyped mix. You know, if you're not careful, and you know you gotta like level balance everything, but also you have to overcome like the immediate psychological thing of, oh, it's hyped so it's better, or it's louder, it's going to appear louder because when things are hyped they're louder. um Same thing when evaluating like, oh well, this master was really really loud, and then I'm going to A B it to this less loud master. um so there might be some A B. I'm kind of I'm guessing at stuff, but basically like try to evaluate it on its own legs. Try not to do too much A-Bing with the old mix. But like so far, your ears are good, your instincts are good. If it feels muddy, then cut out some mud and also uh you know strategically cut mud, strategically add presence to instruments, don't just scoop it out as a whole, but like find where it's maybe like sometimes it's going to feel muddy um because there's an instrument that sounds bad there. Sometimes it's that easy, like I was just helping Mason last night, and it was like uh it felt muddy, and like by all means it didn't look muddy on the meter, but it turned out that like taking out like 3 or 4 dB of acoustic guitar from 100 to 200 just fixed the entire mix. So especially when we're talking about low end elements, because there's so much masking that can occur there, because of how things interact in like from 100 to 100 to 400, like we could really check and make sure that it's like actually good information in that region, and that we're not just getting a bunch of buildup there. Like what I do, I mean, like it's always good to evaluate the mix as a whole. Don't do a bunch of soloing on tracks. I basically never solo a track, like an individual track. I almost never solo unless it's something like there's a click in a vocal, or I'm like searching for like a crossfade click or something. Then I'll solo a track. It's to find like a big mechanical problem. But as far as mixing, I'm not going to solo a track, but what I will do is like solo buses or solo buses against each other, like solo guitar and vocal, and so that I have some perspective while I'm dialing something in. I never mix in a vacuum. Another thing that I like to do, especially on like detail time or cleanup time or just like something's not quite hitting right time, I throw a EQ on the master and I bandpass stuff. I bandpass the entire mix, which is like a classic thing. That's like the Avantone Mix Cubes thing. They don't have any high end or low end. They're just mid-range speakers. So a lot of people will check mixes on that to, make sure that the mid-range is translatable because it's the most important thing. So I'll do stuff like that. Like I'll just bypass and just have bandpass on the mids, and I'll listen to the mids as a whole and go like, oh yeah, those are dialed in. I'll also do like octave band passes. So like 100 to 200 and 200 to 400 and then 400 to 800, and I'll listen to the mix as a whole in those regions, or like sweep down and listen to those. And sometimes that's very illuminating to just listen to like what's happening from like 100 to 400 and go like, oh, sounds bad down there, and then start cleaning up things with that level of focus. So like instead of soloing a track, solo a frequency region. And once again, it has to be done sparingly. If you did this, like any mixing trick is like ultimately bad if it's what you lean on. It's like a thing that you use to diagnose a very, very specific thing. So like this is like you do it like once in the mix. If you built a whole mix like this, it would suck. And yeah, that's it. It's my trick for when things should be sounding good, but they're muddy. Like it's just that thing where you listen, you go like, it's muddy, which is like the most vague feeling in the world on a mix, and you want to be able to go like, oh, I think that snare is a little hot at 150, or that bass is overrepresented at 300, and that's what we want to train our ears for, and we do get to that point. But even after we've trained our ears, when everything is going and masking within that region, we're still eventually going to run into a situation where we just listen and go like, shit's muddy and I got to fix this. And it's a solid move to help give you some perspective on what's happening in that region. Sweet. Yeah. If you want to pop it in tomorrow, that's awesome. I will be here at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, I'm going to take off too. Elias, is cool chilling with you. I'll see you again. And for anyone else out there in the interwebs, I'm done for tonight. This was awesome. Take care, everybody.